All right, here we go with the new setup. Got my camera. Very cool. How does the audio sound? Can I get a sound check? Microphone's still pumping. We're live. Sounds good.
All right.
Oh,
here we
I'm
go.
playing
With the
sound.
new setup.
Back to myself.
Got my camera.
That's
Very
not good.
cool. How does the audio sound?
Let's play it but keep it muted. Play it but keep it muted. Okay. Cool. Sounds like it's going good. Well, we don't really have anybody else in here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and proceed with the branding image generator that I've been doing. Let's switch. Where do I got this hotkeyed up to? There we go. Does that work? Do we see the code good? Okay, awesome. Then let's see, where were we? Do I have this directory still up? That's not it. We want the out folder. Probably shrink it a bit. So this is where we were working on last time. Last time we got these going with this nice marbly textured pattern in the background. We got it going with these nice ones and zeros patterns. Oh, I could do, which one is it? This one? Yeah, move off to the side a little bit. We got this nice textured pattern going on. Actually, I have an even better one. Yeah, there we go. We got this nice textured pattern going on. We got these nice ones and zeros everywhere. And we got a couple other versions of the thing that we're doing. So I'll close this one. We got this blue one, which is tentatively for like X. It's sized to be for X. And we've got this purple one, which is tentatively for Twitch. So far so good. A couple of things I want to do. First, I want to, oh, thank you for checking YouTube. Appreciate that. Yeah, I got the chat in a little bit better place here. It's easier for me to see it. So one thing I want to do to the generator is, it's better to just show it. Let's go back to my code view. I'm going to have to memorize these. This one. It's easier if I go and look at it over here. I've been doing this with one earbud off, so I hear myself speak better. But now I felt like it looked really goofy on the stream, so I'm trying to do it with the headphones all the way on. But these headphones are like super audio blocking, so I'm just hearing my voice from inside my head, which is super weird. But I'm gonna try to get used to it because I don't want to look weird on stream. You know how important that is. So over here in the programs section, I've got this get profiles function where I've defined a bunch of stuff in code. I would really like that to come out of files, like make some JSON files that actually define this stuff. I feel like that would be a lot better. Because then ultimately, like I've been thinking, at first I was just going to use this thing for like banner images, profile images, and you know, like maybe desktop backgrounds was the three ideas. But then I started thinking, as long as I'm doing that, you know, I could use it to make screens for like OBS, you know, to go behind the video footage. I could use it to make video thumbnails, like, you know, so if I used it for thumbnails, then I could actually use it repeatedly multiple times. Like, there's really multiple cool things that I could do with this generator, but in order to do that, I'm gonna need to have a lot of these profiles set up that each generate an image. So I probably want to actually turn those into files individually. Now, this is also super weird. I'm seeing the stream on OBS on one side and I'm seeing it on Twitch on the other side. I hope it looks okay on YouTube. I was gonna increase the bitrate to YouTube, but because like Twitch only allows like 6,000, and I got like Restream credits so that I could try to transcode this stream on the fly from a higher bitrate. I didn't actually configure it higher in OBS, so I feel like the quality is kind of bad on YouTube, but I might try to fix that in future streams. It's not that big of a deal. Okay. So, where was I talking about? So, I want to get these reading out of files. And then the other thing that I want to try to do is, this is looking cool so far, but I want more emphasis on the center. I want it to be more rounded. So I was thinking about doing a thing that does these cool bands of like darkening on the sides, kind of made out of blocks. So it'd be like very dark at the top, then like darker here through like a couple of, you know, like dark, medium dark, light dark, or whatever. And just kind of paint those so they make a kind of a like, it's a better color. So they make kind of like a semicircle here, like around this center area. I felt like that would be super cool. So probably we'll try to tackle that next for the generation. And then, now kind of like the banner that I already have, I want to get some kind of bars that go more or less like this. All right, where do we want to start? Let's start by reading these things out of files. Oh, if I read the color profiles out of files, then I'm not going to be able to define the colors like this. I'm not going to be able to use my lerp functions and stuff, which is annoying. Maybe I want to keep the color profiles in here because they're not going to change as often, and I just want the brand profiles to come out of files. So let's try that. Let's go over here. I gotta get in programming mode. I've been rushing around trying to get the stream set up. Let's make a folder called in to go with our out folder. And here, let's get like good JSON file. And then what do I want to go in this? Yeah, let's just get these same details. No, that's not what I want. Go here. I'm just going to paste them here for reference, even though it's absolutely not what goes here. This one. I'm going to make that like a dictionary of color profiles inside the C#. Gonna have that, look up the name in the enum. This one. Number. This, I'm gonna make a sub-object. Let's call this, this will help make it a little bit more explicit too. Did I do width, height? No, I think I did XY first. X, Y. Height is going to be All right, so that's everything I need for this one. Oh, what have I done? Okay. That's all I need for this guy. So let's take the same deal and make JSON file for the X banner. For this one, I'm also going to take what I had for reference. Okay. So this is going to be X banner, colors X, type banner, width 1500, height 500, area of interest 325, 125y, 700 width, 250 height. Okay. Clean that out of there. And the last one is we had Twitch banner JSON. I'm going to start with this as a template. And I'm going to go grab this stuff. Just keep it for reference. Okay, so name is going to be Twitch banner, colors Twitch, type is going to be banner, width, so it's 1200 by 480, which is at 300y, 120, or sorry, 300x, 120y, 600 width, and 240 height. Okay, so now we got some nice JSON files there. Now, one super annoying problem is that in the actual brand profile class, when I parse this, I want some of these things to be represented. Like I want colors to be a reference to an actual colors, like color profile object. And I want the type to be a member of the actual brand type enum. But in the JSON file, those are both just strings. So the way that I ended up managing this most of the time I have to do it is I'll actually make a separate class that specifically just represents like the JSON form of this thing. And I will have C# like text.json parse that, and then I will iterate over that object to build a brand profile object for each one. So let's, whoa, what have I done? I don't want that. So let's do that. I'm just gonna make called JSON. I'm gonna have like a brand profile JSON object. I grab the actual properties of my brand profile as a starting point. So here, well, what have I done? That's not what I want. Class brand profile. That's where I want them. Okay. So this is supposed to model what's in the actual JSON file for each one. So I want name. It's going to have colors, but it's going to be a string. It's going to have type. It's going to be a string. Int, width, and height are still fine. And then the area of interest, actually I'm going to need a separate thing. What's in here? Make like a rectangle JSON. And here we just want like I don't really have to make these ends, they could be doubles or whatever. I think it would still work. But for the most part, I've been working with ints. Okay. That should be perfectly sufficient. So now, when we parse this, we actually want rectangle JSON. Also, I don't know how this init plays with the JSON parser. So I think we're going to do I think we're going to change these to sets for these. It might work with the init. I haven't tried it, but I don't want to mess with it if it doesn't work. So okay, now back over in the main program. I've got a couple of things to do. First, we want the in path. There's more like appropriate ways that we could get these, like resolve them relative to the path of the executable. But if I assume that they're in the path of the executable, then I'm gonna have to go and put all these files down inside like the bin, debug, blah 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 directory, which is annoying. So the next thing that I would have to do is like iterate up through directories until I find the folders. But I don't really want to mess with that because like I'm looking for a folder called in or whatever. I'm gonna have to detect that it's the correct folder, or I'm gonna have to give the folder a very unique name or something like that. And I don't really feel like doing that either. So for now, I'm literally just hard coding the paths, but this could be done way better. Oh, come on. I don't want those extra slashes. Do I want to call this in? Maybe that's too general. I call it profiles. What do I want to call that? Sure, we call it profiles. So this is going to be profiles dir path. And then this out, it's annoying me that it's like lowercase for some reason. Probably actually want it to be named something more appropriate anyway. What do I want to call this, like bitmaps? No, because that could be confused with some kind of input to the program. So let's call it, I'm just going to call it output. Outputs, did I spell that right? Okay. Fix it here. And then, oh, also if I change that, then in the git ignore that I so gracefully stole, change this to be the outputs directory. Alright, so now in our program CS, we got those two paths. So right now I'm doing get profiles, but I don't really want that. What I want is, first of all, now I'm going to look up these color profiles by string. String to color profile, I think I called it. Alright, here we have, will this let me do like x equals, oh, why doesn't it like this? Oh, because I need a name. Well, it's kind of long and explicit, and I'm just going to call it color profiles. Okay. So here, am I able to do like, no, it doesn't like that. It wants me to do the other initializer syntax. Invalid member declarator. I guess you can only do that for lists with numbers or whatever. X, and then we're gonna do why doesn't it like that? Oh, because these have to be comma separated. Super weird. Does it understand the implicit no? Alright, let's do it like that. Then Y is going to be... Oh, why did I call it that? Oh, do an X like X and Y, but it should be, the next one is not X. The next one is YouTube. Which ironically starts with Y. So that's not too far off. Okay, so we have YouTube, new color. Okay. Use the implicit new. And then what's the last one? Twitch. Okay, and here you can get the Twitch banner stuff. No, not that one. I want the Twitch colors. Okay, so now we've got our colors in a dictionary that we can actually look up. Do I want these here? I kind of don't want that right above the main. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, so now I don't want this get profiles function at all. What I want is to actually do so we're going to get a list of them. Then what we're going to do is get directory root. That's not right. Open. Oh, how does this work? I'll do new directory info. And pass it a path. Yeah. Okay. This is going to be our profiles directory path. Probably. I shouldn't have this problem when I'm doing it, but I'll wrap it just in case. Brownie face. The message from the exception. Alright, so now when we load the files and try to parse them, because this could catch parsing errors, I could totally fat finger some dumb JSON stuff in there. Looking around, where do I see if anybody's actually on the stream? Do I see viewer counts anywhere? Not really. So I guess I'm just gonna check it afterwards. If you're on the stream, say hi. I'll interact with you. Okay, so we got a profiles directory info object. And we're gonna say gonna get the file infos from it. And that's exactly what I want. For each one of those, we're gonna first name, I think, is the full directory path. And then we're going to say profile JSON equals system.text.json. I think it's called JSON serializer. Deserialize brand profile. Yeah, just like that. Okay, and then I don't want to add it directly to that. Now I need to do like a converter where I have like I guess it's parse from JSON. Okay, so when we call this, so this line just reads all the text from one of those files. This line is going to try to interpret the text from one of those files as JSON, and from the JSON parse out this. I did this wrong. I'm glad we checked. It's going to parse out a brand profile JSON object, which is not the same as the brand profile object. And then we're going to want to actually turn that we're going to call this function up here to actually parse it. This is complaining that this call could actually get null, which I don't really want to worry about for this, so I'm just going to do that like null muting operator. And once we have the profile, then we want to add that to our list. And in fact, I kind of want to put this in a separate function as well. Like a load profiles function. And here is where I'll try to do all of this crap. So here we're going to load them out of a file there, or out of files. So, okay, when we add it to it, if anything in here throws an exception, we can also get this to, we got an exception loading any of them. Really, I could check this on like a case-by-case basis and do the ones that work, but I kind of just want to know about it. I'll just go fix it and then run it again. Now we're going to return profiles. Okay, so far so good. Then we need to do a parse profile. These don't have to be public. All this stuff should be inside the class. And I want to put my color schemes at the bottom. Okay. I also want to space them out a little bit better. Is that right? No, this should be out here. Okay. Yeah, that goes on that line. Let's see. I posted about the stream in a group, or if anybody replied to it. Nope, nobody cares. Great. All right, let's see. Let's convert this one. looks a little bit nicer. So now that's going to get referred to in the parse function. Return a new brand profile, and we're just going to take the properties one by one. So first of all, I know that we're going to have to parse the color scheme. So this comes from the JSON in a string. I'm going to do it this way instead. So we're going to do a try get with I wonder if this could probably throw an exception with a null key. Is the dictionary allowed to contain a null key? It might. So try to get that. Actually, and if it's not there, that's an appropriate exception for this. That might be a better operation type. Complain that it didn't find a thing. The other one we want to try to get is the type, which I think also is a try parse. Would that be try parse? Here I'm going to give it an actual variable type because that way it'll know which type we're trying to parse. And I won't have to do the type parameter for the generic method. So we're going to try to parse out, what is that called? Brand type. Okay. But we didn't find a brand type with that name. So now when we create this, we're going to want to give it in order. I like to keep the properties in order always. Try to get the name. I could also do more validation on this, like if name is null or empty. So it like complains nicer, but it's not going to be that hard to figure out. So we get the color profile from the lookup. This type, oh, I don't know what I just did. Remove and sort using. Brand type. And let's try to do that separately also. So right now it's not defined up here. I guess we could just check all of them. Sure, why not? Why don't we do that? Yeah, of course, it just thinks I want to load a whole cryptography package. Okay, so if the name is not something we can use, then I want to say profile name. And if so the width and height are messed up. I need the quotes for that one. Okay. And then for the area of interest, we're going to do area of interest is null, or if let's just do that one first. It's not really anything to put here. It's fine. And then we can validate the like, I'm having a check for negative, but really that's unlikely to be a thing. I'm just going to do all four. This one, it could really be if I really wanted to go like to the next degree, if I was doing something more elaborate, then I could check to make sure that these are still like that the x isn't above the, well, I don't know what the rules for that would be, but it's okay, I'm not going to mess with it for now. We just want invalid area of interest. How do I want to notate this? Let's do maybe like that. Drop this down to the next line, save a little bit of space. Okay, so now I'm checking all the conditions. This is really probably unnecessary for this project, but just do it for fun. And then the last thing we want to do is I want to turn it into an actual rectangle class. Okay. Turn it on actual rectangle object. I guess we're going behind the chat a little bit there. So then we do this. Okay. So finally, now we should have a thing that's parsing our profiles. Okay, so load the program, load profiles. We loop over them, render and save each one. Then load profiles, looks up this profiles directory, loops through them and does the stuff. And then each one calls parse profile to go from the JSON object to the brand profile. I think that should be good. I don't have to do anything special with that rectangle one because I'm using this JSON serializer.deserialize. So when it looks at this brand profiles thing and it sees that this is typed rectangle JSON, then it's going to try to parse that as rectangle JSON, which expects these properties in the JSON. Okay, let's see if it still works. Oh yeah, I forgot it kind of takes a while now. That was the other thing I might do, but it might kind of be overkill for right now. Because I'd like to get back to the... Oh, hey, we got a chat. Hi, Rimi Ub. Sorry, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. What is the best way to learn C#? The way I learned these languages is just by practicing. So you have... I guess different people have different approaches or strategies that you could take for, like some people will say like, oh, go to this boot camp and you go through, you know, like a bunch of exercises. And that can be helpful to learn the initial syntax. But to me, when I was growing up and I was teaching myself to code, the only way that I actually learned and started to be able to get it was to just pick a project and try it. So like, and you could start with like a really simple project. Like this one that I'm doing is kind of an intermediate complexity project. But you just start with a really simple one. Like I want a program that like reads my name and it prints out like hello, my name or whatever. In order to do it, you can download Visual Studio. Visual Studio is free. So like, oh, that's not the right profile that I want. This one. So like if you go and just search like oh here I've got a separate is it like this? Not like this, okay. If you get yourself a new tab and you just say okay, see how it recommended me code? I'm not gonna do that one because Visual Studio Code doesn't have a compiler in it. That's a different program. So you just want download Visual Studio. Oh, and look, it even tries to recommend me VS Code. If you want to get set up easily with C#, you don't want the code one. You just want this download latest free version for Visual Studio Community. So like I did this on this computer that I'm using right before I got set up. Blah, blah, blah. It wants to tell you a lot about it. You just go to this download link. And it'll pop you up a thing to set up and install it. So then you just save that file, click through, install, blah, blah, blah. And so now you have the most important thing for learning, which is that you have an environment like this. You know, when this comes up, then you can it'll prompt you to like create a new project. You could create a new project and just name it whatever. And for just for fun, let's see. If you do new project in Visual Studio Community Edition, which is free by the way, if you pick the one called Community Edition, it's 100% free to use for personal projects and learning. And you don't have to pay anything for this. That's the one that I'm using here. I would just pick Console app because I like to learn stuff from the ground up. Like you could pick a lot of these different templates if you're like, oh, I'll build a website with it, but it's not easy to get started learning to build a website or whatever if you don't know C# or learning to build an API. There's a whole lot of advanced C# concepts that come right out of the box in these templates that are very frustrating to work with. So I would literally just pick like Console app, which is how I started this one. I started this one completely empty. And when you pick that Console app, then it'll walk you through, you know, it's just a couple of steps. Choose the name, choose where on the computer you want to save it, You could call it whatever. And then I would literally just start, pick a simple project, like maybe you want, what's a really fun one is like a calculator. I'm just going to create a file here, just to pretend this is like a brand new project. So when you create your new project, it's going to have a file for you called program.cs that looks like this, more or less. You could leave this, I'll just leave it internal, that's fine. And it's going to have a method in it that's like, it's going to have a method that looks like this. So this is what you'll like load in with, and it might say like, it'll say something like this when you create the new project. It'll just drop you in with this existing. I'm not going to get diverted right now to do a whole C# tutorial, I guess, but the very important thing to when you start learning is that this piece of code, whatever this main thing, this is going to get executed as soon as you click the button up here with your new project. So anytime you click the button, like if you just click the button right after you start the project, then it'll tell you, you know, like hello world or whatever. It'll pop up a black screen, and on the black screen it'll print this text, hello world. And then you'll be able to change it. So you could have it, you know, print your name, and that'll execute. And then pretty much if I were gonna try to start learning to code again, I would do what I did the first time, which is pick a really simple project. Like a calculator is a good one. So like, I want to have a console application that lets the user enter 2 numbers, and then I want to print the output of adding those 2 numbers together. And you'll run into a problem. You know, you'll see, you'll be like, okay, great, how do I do that? And then my advice is just Google it. Like, take the first thing you're struggling with and Google it. Just write C# and then the thing that you want to do. So like C#, how to C#, how to let user enter number in console. And so back in the day when I started, there was just like web tutorials. Now they've got like AI responses that do pretty good most of the time. And so it'll give you a thing. You notice in the program it's showing here, this is like default out of a new project, class program, static void main. So, and it'll walk you through a couple of steps. So first, you print out something into the console that asks for the number. And then you use console.readLine. So console.readLine is going to wait, and your console app is going to sit there and wait and do nothing until the user types some text and hits enter. Enter takes it down to the next line, and also it's going to return the string that they entered here. And it's telling you you're going to have to use this convert.toInt32, which takes the string value and turns it into a number value. Blah, 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 blah. And so you'll try this, and probably you'll get something wrong, and it's fine, and you'll look at the error message, and then you just Google the error message. And I'm a big fan of trying to learn by doing, trying to pick a simple project and trying to bash your head against it. The last thing I'll say about it for now, because I don't want to go on about it too much, I would like to make proper educational content at some point, so one of the ways to learn is going to be, I guess, to stick around and wait for me to do that. That's something I was going to say about it. The last thing I'll say about that for now is that there's a risk if you're trying to learn to write code, that if you go and just like find a boot camp that like walks you through step by step, and you're like, I did the step, I did the step, I did the step, great, I passed the boot camp. Or if you watch a video that's just like, oh, it's easy, you just type this and click this and blah, 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 then you'll, you know, maybe go and do those instructions and you'll be like, oh, great. And you'll start to feel like you know how to do it. But then as soon as you want to actually create something or do something, you'll open up the code window, you'll open up your Visual Studio, and your brain will just be a blank. You'll be like, I have no idea what to do. And the reason you have no idea what to do is because you were just following instructions before. And fundamentally, programming is not following instructions. Fundamentally, programming is, I have a thing that I want to happen. How do I make the computer do that? It's puzzle solving, it's problem solving, it's an interactive loop of trying to figure out what instructions to feed the computer one by one to get the thing out that you want it to do. And there's no way to learn that in a way that it's actually going to stick and become practical knowledge for you, except opening up the code window and typing it. You just download the program, get in here, get you this code file or whatever, and start trying to do something. Anything, no matter how simple it is, just start trying to do it. And that's how you learn C#. And then from there, you get one thing, maybe you get your calculator figured out, and you're like, great, now I want a thing that's gonna tell me happy birthday if it's my birthday, and you go and look up some stuff and figure out a simple program for that, and then you just keep iterating like that, going through more and more complicated things. You'll learn about more classes in C# standard library. You'll learn more techniques for doing things. You'll see more examples that people did, and they will stick in your brain because you're going to go and try to integrate them into your own program. And you just iterate like that until you're doing more and more complicated stuff. And eventually, after you've been doing that for like several months or a couple of years, you'll be a competent C# programmer. And you'd be in a position that a company will come and be like, hey, we have this problem to solve, like we really want our users to be able to do this and we can't do it. And you'd be like, oh, great, I know how to make a program that does that. And they're like, great, we'll pay you money to do that. And then you have a job as a programmer. And it just, that's all part of the reason I advocate for that approach of sitting down and trying to do it, like picking a problem and trying to solve it, is because that's how the real world works and that's how companies work. So you go to university and they teach you, they're like, here, follow these instructions, do these steps, and it comes out like this. And you're like, great, I did the steps, now I did it. But the real world is not going to, a company's not going to be like, hey, we have a job to do, go and follow this step, this step, this step, and then come back and bring me the result. In the real world, the company is going to be like, oh man, we got this problem, this sucks, we need to do this. And they don't know how to do it. They're like the management or whatever, they're like, oh, I really wish we had a piece of software that does this, and the requirements are not well defined or whatever, and you just have to jump into it and do it. So and that's what they're depending on the programmer for, is to be able to go and problem solve, to look at the problem and then imagine, how could I structure some code to do that? So as soon as possible, you want to not be watching videos and reading tutorials. You want to be at the code, picking a problem to solve, and trying to figure out how to write code that solves it. You can look up stuff about how to do individual components of your program, or how do I do this part, how do I do that part. That's fine. But you don't want to be following somebody's instructions for how to structure your thing. You want to be coming up with how you're going to structure your thing and practicing that skill. And personally, I think that's enough. I think there's enough material out there. I think the tool's good enough. It's perfectly free. That if you just take seriously doing that exercise on a regular basis, you will develop competence as a programmer. And you'll do it in the way that you'll actually be able to deploy it as a practical skill. So that's my recommendation. That's what I think is the best way to learn C#. And thank you for your question. It's the first question I got on this stream. It's a pleasure. Alright, I'm going to clean this up and go back to what I was doing. What was I doing? I went on a big old tangent. No problem. What was I doing? Oh, I was about to run this and see if it actually loads the files like it's supposed to. I think it did. I think I actually executed it and it ran. Did it do it correct? Well, we still got our files. Oh. Mess it up somehow. Oh, because I was still in the out file. So it seems like it's still running. Okay, seems like it did it right. So, yeah, now we're parsing our things. Well, here's the real way to test it. Is that if I wanted to make another of these, I was thinking about adding a Patreon. So, like, now, previously, if I wanted to add a new profile, I would come and create an object in here. But now, let's take one of these as a template, just for fun. I don't know what the Patreon numbers are. Let's say, like, oh no, what have I done? That's a C# file. Let's add. I don't know, what do I do? I don't know what to do. 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 I Oh, I need to go back to my C# coding view. Where's that? 4? Yeah, okay, cool. See, this is annoying. I set up my OBS scenes to be like the F keys, the function keys, and now it tries to consume those keys no matter what application is open, which like could be kind of cool, except stuff like Visual Studio has a million shortcuts. You can't pick one that doesn't collide. So I'm gonna have to figure out what I want to do about that. So this is our Patreon banner. Now let's go take a look at Patreon banner 1600 by 400. See, all of them are like slightly different. 1600 by 400. Okay. Image sizes for Patreon. And see, there's going to be more. This is exactly why I'm defining these in terms of profiles. Because there's going to be like a whole bunch of different ones for each platform that I want to generate. But let's do, okay, so Patreon banner 1600 by 400. No problem. Okay, area of interest. I don't really know, so I guess I'm just gonna, let's give it like 300 pixels from each side. So 1600 minus 300 minus 300 is like 1000. And on the height, let's give it like minus 50 from each side. So that's gonna be like 300. Oh, I put these in the wrong place. These are the ones I want. And then for these, I want half of that. So I said like 300 from the left side and like 50 down from the top. Let's make it use a Patreon color scheme, which means over in our program CS, we're going to let's add one of these color themes. Just gonna paste an existing one. And for now, I don't even remember what are the Patreon colors? Like, if we looked at a Patreon page, so like images. Oh, Patreon is like orange. For some reason, I had remembered or like red. I remembered Patreon being like kind of purplish, but it seems like all their branding is this kind of like peachy orange color. So let's just throw together some colors based on that idea. I'm gonna name this Patreon. Do that. Base color.orange strong is gonna be on orange red it has. For a highlight color, I don't know, yellow maybe. I'll go and fix all these later and make them better. Texture. I don't remember how this is gonna get red. I'm just gonna do. No, I can't do orange because I'll just use that with brown. And then for the grit, we're gonna do. I don't know, dark one. It's probably gonna look like garbage, but we'll get that figured out in a minute. So if this worked correctly, yeah, we should now have a new one. And there we go. We now have an orange, theoretically Patreon themed one. I think the texture color needs to be brighter because to make these ones and zeros not look like garbage, I think is the problem. So we switch to like this one. Make it a little bit easier to see. Oh, I can't zoom in, I guess, because it's already It's kind of weird. Oh, there we go. Total control. So that's kind of cool. It's kind of lava looking. What is coding is it for? Okay. So let's just tinker that slightly for the texture color, which is going to be the background. We'll also do that yellow for now. And the grid color we'll make brown, for example. Let's try to run it like that. Okay. Yeah, okay, so now we've actually got like a more appropriate color for the ones and zeros, so they kind of stand out in the background. Cool. Alright, so at least we got one going. But the important thing to note here about what we've done, color scheme reminded me of Sonic 3 and Angel Island Act 2. I don't really know those games. But yeah, it's kind of a cool looking color scheme. The important thing is just that all we had to do is add a JSON file in here, and automatically when we run it the next time, it creates one with those properties, which is cool. We'll roll with it from here forward like that. So that's good for that for now. What's the next thing that we want to do? I could implement the caching, but I feel like caching like the save part of a rendered thing, but that's kind of complicated. It's going to be kind of tedious. We're already an hour into the stream. Instead of doing the caching, let's go and try to do something more visual. So let's look back at like this one, for example. So I have some kind of idea in mind. It's not a fully fledged idea, that I want to create these kind of dark bands that go across the image, and they're like longer near the top and kind of shorter near the sides, and then longer at the bottom again. So it's going to kind of wrap this image going around here. What is so I think I'm just, so probably that's structured as a filter. I want that to take an image in and just modify the image by drawing stuff on top of it. So let's just make a filter class and get started on that and just see where we go. I don't really know 100% how I want to do it yet. First of all, what kind of filter is that? I think I want to call it like, it's kind of a dramatic name. Give it a dark halo filter. It's going to be right inside there. Actually, I don't even want the constructor. I just want to pass it like, I'll construct it with initializers. But I do want it to have, what is it called? Apply? So I'm going to apply the filter to this bitmap object that comes in. And what properties do I want it to have? For now, I'm not even going to pass it properties. I think I'm just going to come up with them inside of here because it's so specific. Then in the brand renderer, I just want it to go into an appropriate place. So we do everything here. I think I don't want it to mess up the text if one of the dark lines goes above the text. But I do want it to do all like the background noise stuff and the numbers, the binary numbers. I want it to impact all of that. So probably the right place to put it here is right around here. Let's create one, and then yeah, that's exactly what I want. Just apply it to the full BMP at this point. So now this code should run, and alright. Here's the blank canvas. What do we do for this algorithm? For the ones and zeros, I did an approach where I was doing like one line at a time, and I think I want to do that here too. So let's go like, first of all, let's be inside a graphics context. G from EMP, and inside that, let's do the same thing with like a line y equals 0, and then y. Oh, the hell did it do? Okay. So now we got a loop. We're gonna, until line y goes off the screen to the bottom, we're gonna keep running this thing line by line by line. So what's the next component that I need? But this one, the X is not going to be the same. So when we were doing the binary generator, we had this line Y business. Oh, and I actually started it a bit off. I don't think that's going to be as important for the way I want to do this one. And we have it looped down. And then here, like we keep generating chunks of binary numbers going across. But for this one, for one thing, I think I want it to be mirrored. So whatever length of stuff it chooses to do on one side, I want it to also do on the other side. So I need to choose a few key numbers. So we're gonna have... I have to think about this. This is that problem solving I was talking about. It's like you come up with an idea in your mind, and then you sit and think for a minute how you could possibly structure it to make it work. I want to have some kind of a loop that's going to go over some different dark colors. Well, here's a way I could do it. So imagine that we start from the center, and then we're going to go a random distance to the side and start drawing dark for some random distance, and then we're going to go another random distance drawing a darker color, and then we go another random distance doing a darker color. That's one way to do it. Or we keep the same darkening, the same amount of darkening. We start at the center, we go a random distance here and draw everything from the edge to there as a darker color with some like low alpha. And then we do exactly the same thing, but with a higher Y. So there, the random factor, like how far out from the edge you want to draw, is gonna determine... okay. So this is a perfect example where I'm like kind of thinking myself in circles, because I haven't decided exactly how I want to do it. But maybe it would be helpful to just start coding something, like anything. So the very first thing that I need to generate here, is what's this like first offset that I want, and what's that going to depend on? It's mostly going to depend on how far to the top or bottom I am. Because when I'm at the top and at the bottom, I want it to be a kind of a short distance from the center before it starts darkening. But as I get towards the center, I want it to be a kind of a long distance from the center before it starts darkening. So I think for that, let's start by turning that into a factor, just like we did for the other one. In fact, I might just steal that code from the binary generator. Line half a minus line y times half I reciprocal. Yeah, let's steal all of that. I can put that above here. And then let's get this the same way. That's going to be for each line. Okay, let's go here. So we get half the height, then we get the reciprocal of that, which is 1 over that number. And then for the line factor, we're going to get one that's like, so it's like 0 when we're at the top and 0 when we're at the bottom, and it's 1 when we're at the center. For this one, I might want it to be reversed. Yeah. For this one, I might want it to be reversed. I might want the, so I might not do the 1.0 minus. Because for this one, I want it to be the most at the top and the bottom and the least in the center. So just to make it more intuitive, so let's do an example. So if we come through here, we start at line y equals 0. Half height is, let's say it's like 200. So 200 minus 0 is 200. Times the reciprocal is going to give us 1, which we want. So 200 times 1 over 200 is going to give us 1. Then when we get to the middle, line y is like 100. So 200 minus 100. Oh, this is half height, sorry. So if our half height is 200, that means our total height is 400. So 200 minus 200 is 0, times the reciprocal is still 0. So then we go to 0 in the center. And then we're going to proceed down, going more and more. Okay, let's start like that. So now that we have that factor to use, we're going to want to use that factor to randomly pick. So also the first thing I need is I want a random generator. So one of the first things that I need to pick here is going to be the line height, which is going to be random.nextInt. Let's say like, and I might go back and parameterize this, make it more configurable so that we can actually make it sensitive to different kinds of things. So we get a line height. And at the bottom, no matter what we do, this part's important because otherwise we're going to loop forever. Let's do this 20 plus 20. Okay. So 20 minimum line height, and then it could be up to maximum 40 line height. It could add random between 0 and 20. We've got the line factor. So now I want to turn that line factor into an actual place to draw. Let's get our half width. So we've got half the width. And let's just, for starters, I'm probably going to adjust this later, but let's literally just do what do I want to call this? Edge X. Half width times the line factor. Okay, so when the line factor is 1, then this edge X is going to be fully the center of the image. It's going to be like right in the center. And when the line factor goes to 0, then this edge X is going to be 0 all the way over at the side. So let's say we want to take everything from that edge X to the wall and darken it, and then we're going to flip it and do the same thing on the other side. So we have the edge X. We should have enough information now to say, let's get a brush also, or what? it fill? Do fill rectangle? I need to give it a brush, okay. So let's make a brush up here. Dark brush, new solid brush. And for that, so the important thing here to get what we want is we want it to have a smaller alpha. Now I hope what fill is going to do is it's going to draw over what's already in the image. I hope what it's not going to do is totally replace whatever's currently in the image with this. Otherwise I'm going to have to do it a different way. So let's give it an alpha of like 32. And then the color component is going to be 0, 0, 0. It's going to be fully black. So we want to fill a rectangle using the dark brush. And this should just let me go XY with height. So one by one, the X, this we're doing the left-hand side, so the X is always going to be 0. The Y is going to be the line height. The width is going to be edge X, how far out we want to come this way, and the height is going to be the line height. This is not line height, this is line Y. The height is going to be the height of the line we're doing. Why doesn't it like this? It wants me to cast it to an integer. Okay. So then we're going to fill that rectangle and just let it go down. So this is the left side we're doing. Then at the same time, I want to do that on the other side. Use the dark brush again, but this time we're going to do, okay, I want another number. So this is, in fact, let's call this, the left edge X, and then we're going to do the right edge X is going to be, so this gives us like the factor, like how far away from the center we are, and then we want to flip it the other way. Half width minus left edge X plus, wow, why is it, I hate it when it tries to put random crap in there. Plus the half width again. So if our edge X, if this is our center and the edge X is like this far away from it, first we get this minus this, which is going to be a number like over here, and then we add it back to this, which should flip it onto the other side. So if we're going to do that, this time we're going to start at the right edge X. The Y is still going to be the line Y. The width, wait, I've done something wrong here. I passed it the ending thing, but that's not right. I should do this in a different order. Okay. So because we need the width to paint the rectangle, we'll define that first. Dark width is going to be, actually I need to do the left edge first. So we get the left edge position. Let's keep these consistently named. Dark left edge X. The dark width is going to be okay. The width is actually going to be dark left edge X. So wait, I did this correct the first time. Okay. For the other side, the width is going to be the same. So this is counterintuitive. It's going to seem kind of weird. But so we're starting here at the dark right edge X. line Y, or the width is still going to be dark left edge x. The width of the one that we're drawing on this side is still the distance from 0 to the right side one. So we don't need any other variable for that. It's just a little mentally twisty. Now we're going to do the line height again. Okay. What's wrong here? Got the brush, the X to start at, the Y to start at, the width, which is actually the same as the left position, and then the height. Now just to see where we're at, let's render that and see what it does. It should make a kind of a jagged diamond around what's inside the image. I'll just let it run. Okay, did it do that? Can I even tell? I don't see anything. Why don't I see anything? I guess first, let's make this more. Maybe 32 is too subtle. So here we're going like half alpha, 0, 0, 0 to get the brush. And if that still doesn't paint anything, we're gonna have to break it down a little bit more. Well, let's just set a breakpoint in here. Let's see what it's doing. Okay, so we get in here. Bitmap height is 400. Okay. So that gives us a reciprocal. Cool. We get a dark brush. The half width is going to be 800. Get a graphics context. Line Y starts at 0. Oh, what's wrong with that? Okay. Just glitched out for a second. So line Y is 0, which is less than the 400 height. We get a line height. So in this case, we got 34 for the height. We get a line factor, which is 1, which is what we expect. We want it to be 1 at the top. The dark left edge x is 800, which is in the center. That's half the width. That's what we expect. And dark right edge x is also 800. It's in the center. That's what we expect. So then we're going to fill a rectangle from 0 to, so 0x, 0y, so the top left corner, to 800, and then 34. So yeah, that absolutely should be doing something. Just let it run and check. Maybe I just had the color too light to see it. Because there's already some kind of gradienting kinds of things going on. There it is. So see here we got this like staircase, this kind of diamond shape. I don't really like the jaggedness of the diamond shape. I'm going to adjust kind of how this curve comes out. But for now, just for learning purposes, we'll leave it like that. Also, I do want this to be sensitive to the overall size of the image. Let's see how it looked here. Yeah, see here, it's like really huge chunks compared to the YouTube one, which is a much higher resolution. Let's check out like our Patreon one. Oh, we can put this in like this, right? Here, yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. I think half alpha might be the right way to do though, to actually get it dark enough to see. So let's just roll with that for now. But I do want to it to take in like the this number. So we're gonna do like, probably we'll parameterize it with like a max chunk size, and it'll randomize between half and the full max chunk size. That's what I want to call that. Max line height, and now when I go and construct it over here, where we do this thing, give it some parameters. This, we'll say, we're gonna base it off the full image size. So like, what's a good number of lines? Like 100? If we did that, YouTube width is 1440 divided by 100 is 14, right? 1440 is 140 is 14. So that's kind of too small because I already felt like it's too small in the YouTube one. If we divided it by like 50, then that would be up to 34. That's still too small. If we divided it by like 25, that might be what we want. So this is profile.height divided by 25. This, I don't like this because this is an end, this is an end. And it's telling me that this is unnecessary, which means this is doing some kind of weird integer truncating division. That might be fine. Might be fine, actually. I don't know, we'll see. So now let's try it by parameterizing that thing. Then inside this guy, let's define us. So we have max line height already. So LH min, line height min is going to be so we want the minimum, let's make it like a quarter instead of a half. And then not LH, the amount that it's going to randomize is whatever the max line height was set to minus that. So if we do it like this, let's say max line height came in like 40 pixels. And we do this line, multiply it by 0.25, that's going to give us 10 pixels for a minimum line height. And then this randomizable portion is going to be 40 minus 10, which is 30. So we want to roll randomly 0 to 30 and add it to this. So here we're going to use rand inside the random expression and add line height minimum to it. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. Okay, so that's a little bit bigger and chunkier on the YouTube one, for example. No problem. Let's see how it looks on the smaller ones. Yeah, now this is, I don't really like how it's scaled, but it's a more appropriate size. That might be okay. Yeah, actually, I don't like how jagged that is. For the smaller ones, I want it to come up a little bit. So, divided by 25, we actually want to divide it by less. Dividing by 10 would be too big. 12, 15, 16. 16 is a power of 2. That makes it a good number to use. Okay. Oh, I never left my presentation view. I'm gonna have to get used to that. So now on the YouTube one, they're super big and chunky, which is alright. And on these other ones, that's much better. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. But I'm gonna leave it like that for now. We can go back and adjust it later if it's really messed up. Okay, we kind of see the random jaggedness. That might be what's going on. That might be why I need, some of them are too small. We'll try this one more time. Let's take it down to only half, and then we shouldn't get as many of the, like, narrow ones. Yeah, see, okay, there, it's a little bit bigger. I like that a little bit more. Alrighty. And for the YouTube one, yeah, they're quite huge. That's fine. Alright. Oh, skip. I think instead of hotkeys, I'm just going to click these. It's easier. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to actually loop and do this multiple times. But each time I do it, I want to do exactly the same algorithm, but I want to do it from the previous thing. From the previous, like, edgex or whatever. So, how do I want to do that? Let's pick a fixed number. 5, for example. Okay, inside here I want to do this each time. Now here I got the x, left edge x and the right edge x. So am I going to multiply those down each time by the factor? That might be a way to do it. So each time we do it, we would want so we're going to make it depend on itself. So dark left edge x equals dark left edge x times the line factor. And then this one, because we're trying to mirror it, is just going to recompute the same way. It doesn't have to take into account the factor. So we're going to start these from, yeah, that might be the way to do it. And we're going to shrink, so we're going to have darker and darker bands as we go. So for each, we don't even need this I, because we're just making it shrink based on itself. Let's see what that's going to do. It's still going to be very smooth, which I don't want. But we'll get to randomizing the factor in a second here. Yeah, okay. So now we're seeing, now that it's clear that the alpha is too high, because it goes to like black almost immediately. You can see now why I called it like a dark halo, because it's kind of like going in like this. Also now I wish it would take up some of the top and the bottom. We'll get there one step at a time. So first things first, this is way too high. Let's go back to making that like 32. Let's make this like 6. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, YouTube's still going, Twitch still going. Very cool. Alright, so that's fading out more gently. But now it's like too far to the corners. You can kind of see where we're going though. See how we get this nice like faded effect kind of towards the edges? I want that, but I want it to be like a little bit more in. So how would I accomplish that? Well, let's do the other steps I want to do first. Okay. So here, each time we go in, I want to actually get a new factor that's wiggled a little bit from whatever the original factor is. So let's call that like edge wiggle factor. So this is the fun part when you're solving problems your own way and coming up with stuff, is you really get to name stuff whatever you want. You can name it super weird things. And nobody can stop you because it's your algorithm. So if edge wiggle factor is what it means, then it can be that. Let's call that like 2.5 might be too much because I'm gonna kind of like plus or minus it. 12, 15, let's start with 0.15. Okay, so here I want a width factor. I want the width factor to be the line factor for this line. I want it to be plus so the next like random number between 0 and 1 times 2. So that's going to make it here like if line factor was like 0.75, this is going to get us a random number from that 0.75 all the way up to 0.95. This is going to be maximum 0.15 times 2. And then I want to subtract edge wiggle factor. So that's going to take us from if this was like 0.75 line factor, it's going to go anywhere down to 0.6 and anywhere up to 0.9, I think. Yes, 0.75 plus 0.15 is 0.9, right? So that should be okay. And then inside here, we're going to use the width factor. This is really more like an edge factor. Before we actually do the rest of the calculations. So for each band inside, like it's going to wiggle around the starting point, then it's going to wiggle around how much in here it gets darker, then it's going to wiggle around how much in here it gets darker. But it's all going to be based around a base factor for the actual line. And we're getting into stuff that there's not really like Photoshop filters for. Okay. Now there, it's not obvious enough. It's not very interesting. Here, kinda, it makes like a blurriness, but I really need it to be it's almost like I need some buffer on the sides so that it doesn't start doing this until it gets further in from the top and bottom. You know, what's that, like a padding? Like a halo padding? So it's going to be like a percentage of the image from the top and the bottom, where it's like directly based on the center. Let's make it like 0.2. Okay, so inside here, let's put it on top. So to use the halo padding, we're going to, so that impacts when we're calculating the line factor here. And we really want it, so it could even like overdraw in the center, which is not really what I want. Let's just make it let's just max it out to the middle. That could work. So we determine a line factor here, but instead of subtracting, so half height minus the line y, we want to add some amount to that term that's based on the let's see. So the line y, we actually want to add extra to it, but that's just going to shift it down. That's not what we want. After we get the absolute value, we want to add a certain amount to it. And it's not going to go down all the way to 0. For the half height, do we want to change that one? I'm having trouble thinking of how I want to factor that padding into the math here. Where do we put it? The line height. No, line height we don't care about. Alright, let me think. Take a step back and think about what I'm trying to do. So it goes from 0 to the full height of the image. Really, I want it to start kind of doing this from like 25% of the way into the image until 75% of the way through the image. But I want it to have a negative number in there somewhere, because I want it to actually try to extend beyond half, and then I want to like limit it, like hard limit it to half, probably inside here. Yeah. So this edge factor here, when I do this, that means line factor could actually go, it could be over 1. Yeah, okay. So we want the line factor to possibly be over 1. And then we're going to, so we want to preserve these because we want to carry through the extra through to the next one. But probably we want to actually, we want to cap it before we draw so that we don't overdraw on the other one. Capped, what do we call that? Whatever's smaller. Half width. The same term as we did here, but with the limited one. Okay. In fact, here, because we're doing it this way, and because this is always a thing, actually, I don't even need this term. So when we draw in here, dark left edge X, so I want that to stay the same, but in here, I want to use the limited one. And in here, I want to use the limited one. We actually don't need these on the outside. In fact, now I can just call this this is more like the base edge X, and then these I don't have to call limited. They can just be yeah, let's do it like that. So the base edge X is the one that recedes by a random factor each time. But before we draw it, and without influencing it from iteration to iteration, we're going to come and limit it. Okay, so now we need line factor to be able to go above 1. So at the top of the image, we want it to be greater than 1. How do we accomplish that? Line height, or half height minus the line y. Maybe we want the line y to be multiplied by something. So if I want this to be greater than 1, half height minus line y should be like should be more than half height minus it, right? Or it should be the line y times the factor. This whole term should be times a factor, because I still want this to become 0 exactly in the center. So when it gets to the center y, I want half height minus line y, which is going to be exactly 0 times whatever else. But as we go, I think that's where we do it. I think up here, so here I called it halo padding. Let's make a padding factor, which is going to be 1 plus whatever this is. So if we get, if we passed in like 0.25, like 25%, then this padding factor is going to be 125%. And we're going to multiply whatever comes out of this abs by the padding factor before we scale it. Actually, there's no reason for these, because multiplication is like associative and transitive. So let's work through an example. So padding factor 1.25. We come through here at line y0, half height minus line y0. Actually, I wanted to do the reciprocal first, just to organize it. And I am going to put the parentheses because it helps me understand what's going on conceptually. So this is going to be minus 200. The abs of that is 200 times this. That's going to give us 1. And times the padding factor is going to be 1.25. So because that's 1.25, this edge factor is going to be 1.25 all the way down to, so it could be as low as 1.1, or it could be as high as 1.3 or whatever, or whatever that is, 1.4. And then we're going to iterate on this inside based on that, shrinking the edge x by a random each time. Now when we get to the center, half height is say like 200 minus line y is 200. So that turns into 0, times this is 0, and times the padding factor is 0. So at the center line, we're still going to have, and I might want to bring that in, I might end up with a, do I want to use the padding factor on the sides also? Maybe I do. Let's try it without it first. Okay, I think that's going to work. I think that's the right way to bring it down. So it starts earlier. And I might have overdone it, but we can go back and change that padding factor or whatever. Okay. Okay, it does seem like it started more. Yeah, so here we can see, so it's like dark more at the top. And it's dark until closer to the bottom. I am actually going to start line Y like a random minus because I don't like that it's more, it's always more at the top. Because here it starts at strictly 0. And then down here it gets, you know, it gets to whatever the bottom one is. So I actually am going to start the line Y at kind of like a random offset. In fact, the one that we use for our calculation shouldn't actually be the line Y. It should be the line Y plus half the line height that we got. Y plus half the line width. So first of all, let's do that, and let's base this off of the mid Y. These, I still want to use the line Y the way that they work, because that's the boundaries of what we're filling. But this will make our calculation come out better, so that should make it look more balanced when we render it out. Oh man, it's 8 already. Time flies. So now, yeah, it's a little bit more balanced on the top and the bottom. That's cool. Yeah, that definitely feels more balanced. So if I do it like that, I don't necessarily need to, I think I definitely do want the padding on the sides. So how would I factor the padding into the sides? That becomes so when I'm trying to get this edge factor, that gets determined by the width here, right? We have half width times the line factor to get the base edge x. So here, I want that to be plus the padding, basically, so that the padding is like the minimum base edge x. I think that's what I want. So if this was or the line factor plus the padding is what it would be. So if the line factor ends up being like 0.75, then I want to add that up to make it like 1.0, I think. Oh, not the padding factor, because I don't want the 1 in this case. Well, the line factor is already... No, I'm not sure I'm doing this right. So the base edge x, we want it to be the half width times... the line factor... Well, alright, let me think about... So what I really want is when it's at 0. So in the middle, line factor comes out to 0 is what we want, right? And we ensure that that's still going to be true. So instead of 0, I want it to be like the padding, like 0.25. So maybe what we do is just like hard add to this whole thing. We just add like the total bitmap width times the, so instead of the padding factor, padding width, which is going to be so if our width is like 800, then this is going to become like 200. Welcome back. And then I think we just add so now when we get down to what would be 0 here, a half width times 0, then we add this to it. And if we were at the top, then it's still like a constant factor that we're adding. So that should bring it way in from the sides. It might be too much. Well, I still never came back to my coding. Did it even do anything? I don't even really see a difference. It still looks like it's light all the way to the sides. Don't really know what I did wrong. How does this get calculated? Oh, broken here. Okay. Step over. Okay, we got 320. Halo padding 0.2. Alright, so that's cool. Now 110. Line height. We got 12 for a line height. Line middle Y is 6. Okay. Line factor is like 1.164. So it's above 1. That's what we wanted. The base edge X is 1251 for an image that has a height of, or a width of what, 1600. So yeah, okay, that's way more than, yeah, so that's fine. why? What's going wrong when it gets down to 0? I don't see it. Well, how do I even check that? Let me just do like well, alright, let's do it like this. It's the height of this thing. Height is 400. So when we get to around 200, that's how we know that we're at the middle. So I'm just gonna keep running this loop until we get line Y that's like kind of 200-ish. And we're gonna see what it's doing. 93, 105, 125, 142, 156, 173, 191, 213. Okay, close enough. So 213 should end up being very close to the line. Okay, 225. We're a little bit off. Line factor. So this, yeah, should be close to 0, 0.15 with the random factor, no problem. And the base edge x, which is going to be 800 times 0.15 plus 320. Yeah, 440. Okay, that's what I expected. That's cool. Now, what's going through here? The edge factor is line factor 0.15 times this whole edge wiggle factor business. This comes out to like 0.25. Okay, whatever. It's the base edge x times the edge factor. So that goes down really fast. So we're cutting it into a quarter immediately. Is that what I want? Check. Maybe this is just a consequence of how the algorithm works. So left edge, okay, we get like 117, which is fine. And this on the other side is like 1483, which is fine. We do the fills. Then we get this, okay, 0.2. Base edge x is 24. So yeah, it basically just iterates to near 0. It went to from 117 to like 24. And because we're not darkening very much each time, okay, I understand what's going on. Because we're not darkening very much each time, we end up with it just like does it very little near the edges basically. So actually, if I wanted it to work properly, here is where I should add it before I limit it. Math.min base edge x and half width plus that halo padding, but that's before it gets randomized. Is it in here that I want it? That I would want to make the edge factor larger? No, because it's still going to multiply its way down to 0 pretty quickly. It would mean I have to get this one that's not going to influence the next one. Padded edge x equals plus the padding width. But then it's always going to be, yeah, that's going to be too much. If I calculate it from that, it's ended up being a kind of a tricky one. The dark left edge x and the dark right edge x. This one's determined from this. I really want it to be like when we start the base edge x. It's gonna keep multiplying. Yeah, it's just tricky with this algorithm. Because if I add it here, it's gonna make like a really ugly, solid, dark line right on the side, which is not what I want. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna roll with it. We're just gonna, I guess we can leave it here, but if we really wanted to, we could like square it. We could make it start as like a huge factor. I think that's gonna mess it up in most of the, I don't really want to do that either. Could I square that half width times the line factor? I don't really know what I'm doing. This is probably going to mess it up. Well, let's just see. What did we get? Yeah, okay, multiplying it down. Now that gives us kind of like this kind of shape, which is exactly what I was afraid of. It looks kind of like an exponential function. Okay, you know what? I'm just not going to worry about it. I think it can look pretty good. Let's just put this back where it was. Get rid of this line. And then for this one, let's make it 64. Let's make it a little bit more aggressive. Actually, let's make that a parameter. So we can set a dark alpha. And then when we invoke it here, we'll set it to like 64. All right. Let's try that one. Yeah, okay, so that's a little bit nicer and darker. That's a kind of a cool effect to it. Yeah, that's closer. That might be a little bit too much. I might back it up to 48. And maybe I'll make this number smaller anyway. Let's make the padding like that. Let's make this one smaller. And then the other thing I want to do, I should be able to pass through like so I got halo padding, the max line height. There is a number, yeah, this edge wiggle factor, which I want to make substantially bigger because I kind of want to get some that like randomly go out of bounds against each other. What do I want to call that? Like a jagged. So a jagged factor. And here, let's do this trim. And then let's delete those. So it should have fixed up where it gets used later, down here. Now here, I want to pass it. instead of 0.15, let's put like 0.4. Let's make it huge. Because I really want to get some lines that go like more in than they're supposed to and more out than they're supposed to, so they contrast against each other. Did that do it? Kinda. It's hard to tell. It kinda did. It has some like dark banding in here. Yeah, it's really... I thought this effect is gonna be... Didn't think it's gonna be quite this subtle. I thought it's gonna be cooler. Maybe I just need to play with it until it is cooler. If I turn this back up to 64, maybe I should pass through the iterations as well. Bands, layers, maybe. So right now I have this set to 6. Let's make it like 3 only. So we're going to take in the halo layers, and here we're going to run it. So I can control how many times this loop iterates. How does that look? Okay, so now it doesn't get quite as crazy dark on the sides. It's starting to look okay. That's starting to look in the ballpark of what I hoped it would look like. Might give it a 4th layer. A little bit more padding. Over here. Let's give it 4 layers. Let's give it like 0.35 padding. Let's take this to height over 24. Alpha's okay. The jagged factor, I kind of want to go even higher. About like 60%. Let's try that. Like, what would I have to do to make it super obvious? Maybe it doesn't need to be super obvious. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it'll just be a nice background effect. I kind of don't like the harshness of this. But I might have to control that with like random seeds. Okay, so here's some actual bands that are coming through more like I wanted. That has a little bit more of the jaggedness, although it kind of just manifests as like some of them that just go straight like all the way across, which is not really what I had in mind. And then some of them here that just don't come through at all. Although actually that could be cool if instead of this, if I made them smaller. So if this was like that size, then we're going to be doing a lot more individual lines and we should see a lot more jaggedness. Yeah, there's kind of more of the banding that I was looking for. Although it's still kind of like going all or nothing. It's like all the way across or not. I guess some of them are kind of in the middle. I don't know why some of them randomly just shoot like all the way across. I was hoping they'd just come like a little bit more towards the center and not all the way. Let's turn that back down a little bit. for this, for the layers, let's just do 3. Yeah, maybe we just need to fiddle with it until we get a nice effect. Yeah, look at that. So now we got some banding. Now here we got the little sticks coming out from the wall. It's like a little bit too dark where it does multiple. But this is the right kind of thing. This is the right kind of thing for sure. Maybe I just want 2 layers. That's what's going on. Should do the caching I liked earlier when I was doing this and it just ran instantly. Instead of hacking through all the pixels over and over. Okay, so that preserves kind of the character that I like. Now that it's finer, I think the padding is too high. I wish it didn't come down quite as far. Oh yeah, look, you see the jaggedness there. That's cool. That's very cool. Okay. Alright. Now we're in the right territory. We've got 25. Now we have enough lines for this to actually show up. 128 is fine. If I do layers is 1, did I already change it? So it's going to do iteration 0 as long as it's less than 1. That's good. No, I want 2 there. So we definitely want to. Dark alpha is okay. And the padding I was going to back off to like 0.2 now. Okay, so now we've got the jaggedness, which is cool. Now it's not coming down too far. Actually, I'm going to back the padding off even further. I still feel like it's too much. But this is definitely the kind of jaggedness that I was looking for. I wish it would also be smaller on the YouTube one now. Just the text is so much smaller. Should I give that like a maximum? Like what's when we come through here, here's a stupid trick. Just gonna put a breakpoint there. Let's put this back to the. Okay, there we finally got it. So for the YouTube one, what do we end up calculating here for LHMin and LHRAND? So we go from 11 and 11. Oh, because I went down to 0.5. And that's like kind of too big. I wish it would be smaller. So maybe I should cap the LHMin at like, okay, those came in as a consequence of max line height 22. So that's the one that's too big. Probably I want to cap this at like 10. Let's do that. So we can get rid of this. Max line height equals minimum 10 max. So I want to use this calculation so it can go smaller than 10, but I don't want it to be, let's make it 12. But I don't want it to be bigger than 12. And that should mean that in the big ass YouTube one, we still get some nice, like, fine lines. Not really work. They're still kind of huge. It's max line height. Is confining it to 12 not big enough? Let's do 8. Well, no, that's the random numbers are gonna get really small. There's other stuff about it. This I now wish was only 0.1. Maybe bring this up. No, I like that where it is. Then the other thing I was thinking when we render it is I could use the exponential when I get the original line factor. Because that way it should actually, like, it should basically shrink it. Because the line factor is always, well, it's eventually going to get capped to less than 1. Let's just try it. So we're going to multiply the line factor by itself. But what I'm trying to go for is this, like, more rounded edge instead of like a flat diamond, like an exponential curve. Yeah, there's the more rounded edge. Okay. So from that, yeah, we're closing in on the right idea. So now I've got this nice roundedness around the outside. But let's bring the padding back down. Here's what I don't like about it. Alright. Let's turn this back to 64. Let's get this more layers. Let's make the padding back up to 25. Let's try like that. It's taking its time. The only thing I don't like about that is when I turn it down from like 124, it starts to get very subtle, like you can't see it. What about if I go in the middle? What if it's like 96? It's halfway between 64 and 128. There, you can kind of see it. It's way nicer and more obvious when it's 128. 160. Just make this 2. So it's going to go the 0 iteration, the 1 iteration, and it's done. You should make it very jagged and obvious. Alright, so that makes, yeah, it's like a ring around it, but when it's that dark, you don't get any kind of like fade out whatsoever. You get very little fade out. It just almost is like a border, but it's kind of cool. I just gotta find the happy medium between those two things. Now, if I was doing it like that, then maybe where I want to do the maybe this is where I want the edge factor to multiply by itself, so it goes like further for the second iteration. For the first iteration, I want it where it is, but for the second iteration, I want it to go more to the side. Maybe like no, so that means if I on the 0 iteration, see that's it's gonna give 1. So where we want I plus 1. So the first one is gonna be edge factor to the power of 1. And the second one is gonna be edge factor to the power of 2. This might fuck it all up, but we're gonna find out. Okay, that definitely added a little bit of character to it. I'm starting to think I might just live with this this concept here. If I'm doing the powers thing, then maybe that will allow me to darken it. Here. Oh, I'm already quite dark. Let's take this back to 128 and make it like 3 layers. Back this off. 15, 15. So. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's got a kind of a nice balance to it. So now we can see some of the layer in here because of the exponential. I like that. And here also, you can kind of see it. It makes like a nice oval around. Over here. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to live with it like that. I think that's how I want it to be. I think that's where I'm going to settle with that function for now. So now, well here, I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll come back for a few more minutes on the stream. Alright, now we're back. So before I do anything else, let's go ahead and check this in. I really should have made a check-in at the beginning. Let's call this I made a read the profiles from JSON. And we added the dark halo filter. Let's push that up to the GitHub. Now, maybe the last thing I'm going to try to do tonight is to make the lines. I try to get like a line under here and a line above here around the text. So I think I'm going to come up with a generator for the line, and I'm going to tell it like the width and the height. And then I'll probably have it just like loop over and make some kind of blocky color transition. So I'll give the line like a starting color and an ending color. Yeah, something like that. Let's see how I want to structure that. Let's do line is almost too general of a word. Like, what is a more descriptive way to say that? Like an underline, overline, like a highlight line. Like a gradient line. Whatever, let's call it gradient line. So I already have a gradient generator, but this is not going to work the same. Whatever, I can rename it later. I don't want to get hung up on naming stuff. Give it iGenerator interface. Now, a couple of things we wanted to take is these are only going to be able to go left to right or right to left. So, well, one way I could do it is I could just make it always go like left to right. Because the other place I want to do, I could probably just like flip it. Yeah, especially if it's symmetrical top to bottom, I could probably just literally reflect it. Is that how I want to do it? Let me see if that's a thing. Oh, it's the wrong profile. Okay, what do we got? Load from file. Journal bitmap dot rotate flip. Rotate none flip X. Okay, that's shockingly easy. Just on the bitmap object, huh? Clone. Okay, sure, let's try to do that. I don't know why they made it that easy, but I guess maybe it's just a common operation. So I'm not even going to worry about right to left. I'm just going to make one that always works from starting at the left to the right. And then I'm going to call that function to generate it. I'm going to use that generator twice. And on the second one, I'm going to flip it outside of this generator class. So we want to take in width, height. Actually, I want to define this as a min height and a max height. Then we want I'm going to call these is this still on? Is the stream still going okay? It seems like I still see it. I'm gonna turn these into events. Okay. That's probably enough parameters. Let's give it the generate method. Generate satisfies the interface. I'm gonna make a bitmap that is the width wide and the max height tall. Outside where we call this. So here we make the text stuff right around there. I also wanted to make the line stuff. Oh, I see text stuff, text effects. Probably I do the line stuff after that because I'm going to lay them out here. Line generator. So for the width, for now I'm just going to hard code these. Actually I should maybe for the height and I will do it, but for this one, so the width, an appropriate line, I guess is going to be proportional to the area of interest. Because I want it to be like half the area of interest minus some stuff. That's not going to work. It has to be like the width of the Barton text, and the other one has to be the width of the code's text to fit proper. So actually, let's do it like that. We're going to take that, and the max height is going to be, I don't know, let's just make up a number for now. What else did we need in here? Width, min, max height, start color. Let's do so I guess I'm just gonna blend it down to a color with low alpha. Let's take for now, let's just do the base color. I'll lerp it to one that's like let's do like white but super low alpha. Let's do like 64 alpha only. 255, 285, 255. Wait, what am I doing here? Oh, okay, we're gonna lerp it like 75% of the way to that. Okay. And then so once I get this, I'm gonna do generate it. Then I'm gonna do the same thing except we're gonna get codes line generator, which is the width of the codes bitmap, same max and min height. Let's make those. I'm gonna want those to match for sure. I don't know why I put the max on top. Okay, let's do that here also. Okay, this one is going to start at the strong color. And then we're going to interpolate from the strong color towards this. Okay, then that's going to make a codes line BMP. It's going to be dot rotate flip. For that, we want to rotate non-flip X. That's what it said to do. Oh, it's a void. Okay, so just operates in place, huh? Whatever. All right, that's fine. Then, just to position these, for now, I'm just gonna do. Just clear it with like the fill in the start color. So that's not what it's supposed to look like ultimately. We just want to be able to see it. Then how am I going to arrange them down here? Art and text, top left. So I can make this one from, we're going to get the X from it's going to share that, and then the Y is going to be the Barton text top left dot Y plus the Barton. Okay. Plus Barton BMP dot height. And then that's going to put it exactly under, so we probably want it to be more than that. Although we did some kind of like padding on the thing, that might be enough. Let's just try it like that. Let's do the same idea here, but for codes, it's going to be, the line is going to be above. Codes text top left dot X. And this one's flipped, but it doesn't matter. We still want to line it up to the codes text. Dot Y minus, so this time we want to move it up by the height of the line. Codes line BMP dot height. And we're also not going to give it any padding because there should be some padding inside the text BMP. Let's keep them organized like this. We'll lay out the two texts first, and then we'll lay out the two lines afterward. And then we're going to do, so we draw the two texts Barton line bitmap, the Barton line TL. The codes line TL. Minus of a lowercase l. So alright, let's try that first and see if we're even getting lines that appear. Do like that. Okay, we did get lines. They're kind of wrong. This one should be the width of the codes text, which I think it's not. This one kind of came out right. Yeah, they're both that color. Just wrong. It should be different colors for each of them. But okay, we're getting there. And then the positioning of them. Yeah, I think I'm going to end up just adjusting the factor of these things to like slide them down more so that the lines kind of line up properly. Is it doing close to the right thing over here? Okay. So what did I mess up? Base, strong, base, strong. Oh, first of all, it's because that one's rendering both of. That's probably the main problem. Then the other one, the bump height is the one we need to separate. It's probably like 0.2 now. Yeah, okay, so now we got this one under there and this one above there. There's so much padding on each of these. Like, I really wish it was, like, lined up to it. Do I just, like, fudge it? How do I want to handle that? Although this alignment is really good, so this pretty much lines up to the top of the B, and this pretty much lines up to the codes. It's okay, at least. But I think I want to fudge the lines out a little bit. So the bump height, let's call this like let's also base this on the Barton bitmap.width because it's already related to like the font size and everything. What do we think it is? This distance here, what percentage of the width do we think that is? Of this whole current line? So like 5%? This is like half. Half of half is like 25%. Half of that would be 12%. Half of that would be like 6.25%. So it's more than 5%. It's closer to like 10%. Alright. Let's do it 0.1 instead. The line sep width. So now I'm gonna make this the Barton one is gonna be minus line sep width when we lay it out, and the codes one is gonna be plus the line sep width when we lay it out. Let's get these separated on lines just to make it easier to see. And just because I'm obsessive, let's put some extra parentheses in there. Okay. let's try like that. So now this should spread out those two lines from the center a little bit, so that they got more space to breathe, and so that they more or less like kind of line up with the start of the text on each one. And I think they're going to carry over like past the edge of the text on each one. Yeah, okay, perfect. So it is about 10%. So that lays it out about like that. Here. The bump height doesn't look quite as good for this one. I guess it all depends on the height that we actually make the lines. Since I'm doing the lines after this, probably I want the height of the line to be like 5% the width of the text, and I want them both to be the same height. So here we're gonna go like, let's do it from an end. And the min height, we're gonna do, oh, that is the min height, is, okay. So now that width, the line width should be sensitive, or the line height. So here, they came out smaller, which also reveals that the bump width needs to be a tiny bit larger. And here, they came out thicker, but it's still the bump width needs to be, okay. So here, the bump width, 0.2. Let's do it like 0.22. And this one, I feel like I wish it was just, they were just like a little bit inside from the lines. Let's go to like 0.7. Okay, that, no, that lines up worse, I feel. The bump height I want to be larger still. Or no, actually the bump height, no, it needs to be smaller, because as they get further apart, that's pushing it up. Okay. This distance to the inside, actually I still want it to be more also. So let's get this 0.05 and this 18. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's lined up better. That's lined up better. This is further in. That's further in. Alright. I more or less like that, except now I want the lines to be thicker than that, which might involve jimmying it again, but that's fine. So how do I want it to be thicker? How are we determining it right now? 0 through 5. Go back to like 10%. And then that might need to be adjusted again. We'll see. Okay, so now they're big and blocky, and yeah, now it does need to adjust back again. So we're gonna go here. Now let's try that .22 number. Let's get this even a little bit further in. That's going okay. Now it's too far in. I'm going to go back to the 0.7. That lines up nicely. That lines up nicely. Here, it also lines up nicely. Okay, so that's the right set of factors there. On here, those line up nicely, but I do want it to, just make that go back to that setup. We'll just check that, and then we'll do the actual line rendering, and then I'll probably hop off for tonight. Okay. Yeah, so it's kind of lined up like that. Cool, that's totally fine. It's a totally fine position to work with. Here, yeah, they're balanced like that. That's cool. Here, they're balanced like that. That's cool. Alright. Alright, I can work with that. So now let's do an actual algorithm instead of just filling this with a solid color. I don't want this one to work. Basically, I need a number of layers. Which I want to be like 10, 12, something like that. Let's make them share. Okay. Yep. Now, inside here. So what I really want to do, because it starts transparent, I want to go. Let's round down. I'm going to do that. So here, when I render it, I'm only worried about going from the start color at the left to the end color at the right. So we're going to loop for each layer. And for each layer, I basically want to draw blocks. So I got to compute the size of the block, and I got to compute the color of the block. And those are both going to be interpolated from the height and from the start and end color. In fact, just keep it consistent. Let's name them like that. From the most intense color and the least intense color. So for each one, I want to basically take, so we got the width that we're interested in. So we want the width divided by width divided by layers. This is integer math, though. I want to make it. That times I, and then I want to cast that whole thing back to the end. Okay. So we've got starting x for the block. So when we start at I equals 0, this times I is going to mean we start at 0. And then let's keep track of last block x. So actually this needs to be that's no, let's see. How am I going to do this? Block x starts at 0. Yeah, okay, you know what? This is not going to be like 100% pixel accurate. It could suffer from like some truncation, but I think for the size of what we're doing, since there's only like 12, it's not going to make a huge difference on a large line rendering, so I'm just going to do it this way. So block X starts at 0. Let's pre-compute the block width. Okay, we can do these outside the user. Block width is width. This I do want this expression. Width divided by the num layers. Okay, so that's going to be. That's the width of each block we're going to do. So we have block X is 0. We have the block width already. At the bottom, we're going to add that in. So in here, we just need to compute the color. The color factor, like the lerp factor, is going to be probably don't need to do that each time. We could pre-compute it. Times I. So it's not going to be. It's going to start fully at color 1, and by the end, it's not 100% going to reach the end color, but that's okay. So okay, we get a color factor, and then we just want to do color equals lerp from the max color to the min color by the color factor. So each block is going to get like a little bit less. And then we also want to lerp the height of the block. So how do I want to tackle that? Block X equals 0. So instead of that, it's just going to say like, this is the block factor. That's how I use the block factor for the color. Let's make this block color. The block height is going to be min height plus so the max height minus the min height times I. I'm worried though that this is going to be, no, that's totally not right. So we need to get I, this is where we're fucking up. Before we do all this, we need to get oh no, we just want to do it by the block factor. This came out to a double, okay. So then we just want to cast that back to an int at the end, basically. Now block height should be an int, yeah, alright. So we got a block factor, we get a block color, and a block height. Essentially do the height first, because I define that stuff first. Then we just gotta do, I think we're gonna need a brush. Okay, then we're gonna need to fill from, gonna fill a rectangle starting at the block X. And, oh, let's compute the Y also. The block Y is going to be So we really want is like yeah, we got the block height. We want the height minus yeah, max height minus the block height divided by 2, I think. That should be the y. Because we're gonna use half those pixels on the top and half the pixels on the bottom from the difference. No block width. Okay, that came out nicely. Brush for the block. Okay, so we fill the rectangle and then we add to the block X. Great. Let's see what that does. That might be all we need to do in here. Got a line bitmap, got a block width. Just tighten it up. I passed it num layers. Great. Okay. There's something starting to happen. That's not quite what I expected to happen. When it does the fill, it's either not painting over or it's not lerping. You know what's going on here. No, I do lerp the alpha. So that should still be correct. What is going on? Why is it wrong? It should get way more transparent by the little end. And also that's way too many layers. Okay. Let's adjust a couple of things. First of all, number of layers should be like 5, not 12. So that makes it too subtle. Secondly, I want to define this in terms of the max height because that's what ends up getting used for the layout. Let's do this. Okay, we're just doing both in terms of the same thing. Let's make this. So it gets a little bit smaller. Max color and the min color. Oh, I'm swapping these. I confused myself with the naming. Because it starts at max color and goes to min color. So it is doing the alpha right, but at the wrong end. So no, starting from the max color to the min color by the block factor. The block factor is going to be increasing. So we're going to start mostly near the max color. I don't know. I'm going to rename these back. It's confusing me. Color and end color. So we're going to lerp from the start color towards the end color by the block factor. Block factor is 1.0 divided by the number of layers times I, which stays as a double. The other thing I want to change here. You know what? Maybe I don't want the alpha after all. Maybe that's not the style I'm going for. the start color on each one, let's just make it like white. It's always white, and then the end color on the Barton one, I think I flipped them to make it balanced. So let's actually do that. That's going to go from white to the strong color, and on the codes one, no, I didn't flip them. Base, and then this is gonna be the strong color. Let's see what that looks like. That's better, but it's definitely doing the colors in the wrong order. Because codes, I'm flipping the wrong one. I'm flipping the wrong one. I'm flipping the codes one. I should be flipping the Barton one. That's what's going on. So I want to start from left to right. Is that what's going on? The Barton line should go from left to right, and then it should get flipped. To this line. And then I guess all my numbers got backwards somehow. And the codes one, I don't want to flip it. But then how am I getting... So my factor is backwards somehow. I is counting up. Should be going from little number to big number. So yeah, now this is totally backwards. Now the colors are correct, but the sizes are wrong. Maybe that was what was wrong the whole time. Maybe that's what's throwing me. I need to go from, yeah, the max height to the min height. Oh, that's what I did wrong, probably. The BC line generator. I'm starting from the min height, but really needs to be that seems confusing, but it's okay for the numbers to go negative. And then I really wanted just one more level block here, or is that okay? Let's see. And then maybe I can noise up these lines a little bit. There we go. That's what we're supposed to get. So now it's like annoyingly too thick. It should be subtler than that. Maybe I should lerp the color towards white. And then at the other end, I should be taking down the alpha. Okay, that's over here. The start color, we're actually going to do lerp. Lerp that towards white by like 50. Do the same thing here. That's like 50. And then here, we're gonna lerp it towards transparent black. Stop base. ARGB, not totally black, let's go 6400. to like, actually I can do 75 on both. This is going to be exactly the same except with a strong color. And I also want to do 75 on this, 75 on that. This color is not needed. Yeah, okay. That's coming together a little bit more. The bottom one definitely doesn't need to go 75% towards black. And the first one might need to go more than 75%. Let's take this to like let's take it like 50% towards black, and let's keep that like 128 on both these. Another thing I immediately let's take it all the way to like 90. I'm wishing these lines were longer, that they stretched out longer. So I might have to factor that in and factor it into the layout somehow. And I also, I think the max height is too large. Let's try like 12. And the min height should be, like that maybe. So it's just a little bit subtler how they shrink. Okay. It's a little bit cooler. Now maybe. You know what? I don't like the transparency on that at all. Let's go back to just use them. And here, let's go back to using okay, number of layers 7 maybe. Let's take this. Okay, see how that comes out. And then I kind of want to stretch them out more by a constant factor, like half the width of the Barton bitmap. Okay, that's getting better. It's getting better. No, 75 towards white is too much. Strong color towards the texture color, maybe. Texture color is the 1s and 0s, I think. Let's try it like that. Okay, now let's make them longer. So I'm gonna, how do I make this? When I get the width. half the width of the Barton bitmap. We're going to add to both. Down here. Okay. Now, in order to account for that down here, so this one just got a lot longer, so I can do exactly what I've been doing, except minus lines extra width, and the codes one, which already goes out to the left, doesn't have to change. It's going to start from the same location. What does that do? That's almost cool, except now it's getting out towards the edges. Maybe half is too much. Maybe it needs to be like plus 25%. And then as these get towards the edges, now they're violating the darkness. Do we want to be on the edges? Oh, and here, they're like way too long. Yeah, definitely 25% past. That's cool. That's closest to the original so far. And I wish the difference was... that smaller, that larger. And then let's make the order of layers 6 on this. In color definitely has to be darker. The texture color, let's do like to black. About 50%. Let's do that up here also. Except, yeah, I'm just gonna make the same. Okay, so that should darken it some, and then this extra width, like 4. Okay, great. I don't like it though, it's so pointy. And now this change in color is so subtle. I guess because here the texture color is really similar. Here it's better. I don't like how pointy it is. I almost want to go back to making it flat. I almost want to make min height and max height the same. Maybe I need to exponentialize the factor. Let me try that before I do anything else. So in the BC line generator, so we got the block factor. Now I want to add an exponential factor to the block factor. But if I multiply it straight by itself, it's gonna get like shrinky at the beginning, and it's gonna go like, ew, which is not what I want. I want it to be like wide and then taper off quickly at the end. So probably what I need to do is I need to invert it and then multiply that and then multiply the inverse times itself, and then I'm going to do 1.0 minus that again to get back the original block factor. So it's like we're taking the opposite of the size of the block factor. Like the block factor is like 0.2, like we're near the beginning of the line. We're going to invert that and get 0.8, which is the remaining space. We're going to multiply that by itself, so it goes down to like 0.64 or whatever. And then we're going to invert that back so that it gets wider. All right? Is that going to work? Let's find out. We should get like a kind of a rounder shrinking. Looks exactly the same. I don't tell the difference. Why did I mess up? This is done by the block factor, that's done by the block factor. Oh, let's go through here. Okay, so I got 6 layers here. Alright, this time the block factor is 0, so that's a pass. Let's just continue there. Okay, this time the block factor is 0.16. Okay, block factor inverse 0.833. Okay, 0.833 times 0.833 is going to be something smaller, and we're going to subtract 1.0 from that. So instead of 1.6, got 0.30. Yeah. For the block color, we use it. Oh, we're not doing the block width this way. In order to do what I want, the block width is going to have to keep changing also. So we're doing it right with the color, but not with the block width. Let's do it with the width also. So right now the width is computed right up at the beginning. Instead, let's compute that from the factor. Block width is going to be the total width times the block factor. Oh. And we're going to cast it to an end. We're not going to pre-compute it. That should make the width follow the same rule. I'm not loving how this looks, but hopefully we can do something to make it acceptable. Okay. How did that do? Now I only see like 3. It still stopped at the right place. Does it really shrink like that much at the end that you just don't see anything at all? It's not quite what I expected. Well, what happens if we do it like this? What if I actually like turned up this layer number by quite a lot? What if we had like 36 layers, so they're more like individual pixels? And then maybe I could do like some random on the color. No, that's absolutely not right. The width is all messed up. Okay, what have I done wrong here? I don't really want to keep messing with this tonight. Block factor. Okay, compute the block factor inverts. Block width. I must be trying to draw way beyond the total width times the block. Oh, because the block factor keeps going up. So, okay, that's completely wrong. We can do it like this. Block width. So now we're going to subtract off the difference each time instead of accumulating it. That might be the problem. I think it's trying to like draw off into infinity a super far distance. No, that also didn't fix it. Okay, screwing around too much. What's the problem here? The total width times the block factor is not the right way to do this. If I want to keep scaling the width down, I need the base block width, and I need to be scaling the base block width times the block factor. No, the block factor is marching up from 0 to 1. So I'll go 0 to 1 as it goes up. Tracking the previous block width is not necessarily a great way to do it. Can I use the X? It's block width. Oh, minus block X. That's probably what I want. The total width times the block factor. So that gives you like an ending point, and then minus the block X of what you're drawing. Okay. Come on, let's do it right. How does that come out? There we go. Okay, that's a lot closer. Still not doing exactly what I expected. It still looks kind of smooth. Alright, I don't like that look. I'm abandoning the so we got the min height and the max height. Let's make them the same. This one, make it thinner. Number of layers, 8. Like that. There's still some more polish I would want to put on this. But I'm getting tired of doing this step. I kind of want to move on to having it generate the other things. I liked it better when it was going from white to the color. I'm going back to that. Start color. Let's have you end this. up a few of these lines. Okay. No, I think I might be able to look at that. Except I want the white on the other side. Let's flip them. Oh, where is it? Here? Okay. Now for the layers, let's truly do like 4. And then I'm gonna go ahead and start adding some pixelation. Use it up here. Am I even still using the pixelator? Try like that, and let's also get a noise filter where the color is going to be texture color, which is probably too much. I'm going to have to do let the texture color black. 75%, 50%. Let's try 50%. And the block size. Do line noise first, then the line pixelator. And we're gonna apply them on both. So flip it, then okay. Then here we're going to okay, dirty them up a little bit. How does that come out? Oh, it's hard to tell because they're bright. Oh, but that's kind of cool how the pixelation came out. So it did soften the edges. I can't go to white. Do I literally want to do it to black? Or is that just gonna suck? I don't like it when it's transparent. I think it's gonna suck is the problem. Actually, you know what? That is better. That is better, and now I wish it started from a brighter color. And I kind of wish it was thicker again. You know, now we're getting back in the territory. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, look at this. Look at that texture right there. It's beautiful. So, how do I want to do? Alright, let's do this again. We're gonna lerp this. Let's make this a 5. Let's do this color. Halfway to white. A strong color. Halfway to white. And then now, let's make it like just slightly different. Let's do the min height first again. Just make it based on this again. Let's really go like 10% to 12%. Okay. That's kind of working. Oh, but I'm just gonna make it thicker. Let's make this like 20, 16. So now they look kind of thin. And I wish I could like tighten them up. Okay, that kind of works. It's in the ballpark that I could live with it. Yeah, that kind of works. The fuzziness is kind of weird. Why is it like all the way to black with the pixels though? Where is that coming from? It's not from the pixelator, it must be from the noise. The noise filter is the texture color to black. 0.5. Let's try it with like the pure texture color. And then I think pixelation might be too high. Interesting. No, I'm still getting the totally black pixelation, which is not expected. And that tiny shrinking in the line, I don't like it. So we're going to make these back to 4. Want this back to 20, so it's the same. Where's the black coming from in the pixelation? Should only be additive. I'm not wrapping it, I'm minning it with whatever was already there. So it should max out at white. I don't understand why I'm getting that color right now. Nearest neighbor, low. Okay. Oh, well, I don't want to keep messing with it right now. Is there anything else I want to do to it? Oh, you know, let's do that. As long as we're doing the pixelate, let's have it smear it out horizontally by a lot. Let's flip these. Just do pixel width. Maybe like 24. So now I should get like long bands that have been colored by the noise. There we go. That might be the best I can do for now. No, except it's all texture color. What the hell? I don't want it to be all texture color. If anything, I want it to only take like 0.2 from this. That's getting better. Still don't love it. What is it about it that I don't like so much? I wish I knew. Let's try to tighten it in. Let's actually bring this up inside of there. For the codes one, let's bring it down by the same amount. I'm bringing it up by that, so actually I removed that factor. That'll tighten them down some. But maybe I need to fudge the letters together, is the problem. Because they're all, that's what I don't like about it. So It's also spread apart because of that stupid text measuring. Okay, let's operate on that premise for a second. Let's bring it back together. The bump height now is going to be like 0.1 again. And here, let's have this one do that. X is going to be this, whatever it calculates, plus a pinch width. This is going to be whatever this calculates, minus a pinch width. What do we not like here? Okay. That might squeeze them too close together. Then I can fiddle it. Okay, yeah, that puts them like on top of each other. So instead of that, let's try to pinch width of like 0.05. Okay, that's better. Now I want the bump width to be a little bit more. So I brought it down to 0. For the bump height, I mean. Oh shit. Okay, that's lined up better. There the colors are okay. Here it's like it's all the texture color. I don't understand it. The noise color is the texture color. Lerp. Oh, that's why I'm doing the lerp backwards. I want it to be 80% towards black, not 20% towards black. So I'm still adding a massive amount of texture color to the lines. That's probably what's messing it up. Okay, that's closer to the colors that it should be. Well, that one in particular looks pretty gross. You know, out of everything, don't like these lines. They're too sharp. Go back to doing it like that. Yeah, honestly, I really don't like these lines at all. I don't know if they need like an outline. Oh, that. Okay, it's alright, except that now I've pixelated it too far on the y-axis. Let's take this back to 4. On the x-axis, I mean. My brain is melting. Okay. on the white. Don't like it going directly to black. Needs to go. It's like, do I need to do something to like jag it up the edges? They just look really blocky. It's like almost okay. Except it needs to go like 80% to black. Does the line set need to go up a little bit? It's better. It is better. Now it's almost like I wish the lines were underneath. The dark halo. Fixes the line separation a bit. Okay, this one is my favorite so far. Let's do this. Let's have this go back to being divided by 2, so they're super long and they can go off the edges. And then let's move the dark halo. So I'm going to define it up here. I'm gonna apply it down here. So we're actually gonna do, we're gonna draw the lines. We're gonna apply the dark halo. I hope there's nothing wrong with getting a graphics context inside of using of a graphics context. And then we're gonna do the text on top of the dark halo. See how that comes out. So maybe the dark halo will take a little bit of the edge off the lines as it gets toward the edge. There, it's not even very obvious. There you can see it going over. I think the remaining problem is that just the colors are really bad. Like, these are not good colors for YouTube. Alright, this is the last exercise. Now that we're in JSON. Let's go and fill the colors. Oh, I defined the colors in. Okay, so the X colors I'm leaving alone. They're cool. The YouTube colors, the strong color is just pink, which is not right. It's just red mixed towards white. Base color being red, I also don't love. Let's make this red a little bit darker. So the main red lerp towards black a little bit. The strong red is going to be red lerp towards orange a little bit. The texture is orange. That stuff. Yeah, that stuff I'll keep for now. Okay, that's a little bit better. Now, this one I'm also okay with for now. This one I just came up with, I'm gonna leave it for now. This one, this color needs to, okay. The texture color needs to brighten up a little bit. The base color needs to brighten up a little bit. And the strong color needs to darken down a little bit for the Twitch one. Okay, so the base, purple, not white. Okay, this one, pink. Just to blend down towards black a little bit. And the texture color is literally just red. That needs to be pink. These are still not like super nicely chosen colors. Probably need to bust out a palette at some point. Get like a nice set going with each other. Okay, that's a lot closer though. Wow, that's way better instantly. I think I can live with that for now. This one is a banner. Yeah, I think I can live with that for now. This one, I think I can live with for now. And this one, yeah, I think I can live with her now. So I'm going to keep those for right now. Let's go ahead and check these changes in. Line generation. I'm just going to okay, let's push that up to the Git repository. All this code is on Git. You can go and check github.com/BartonCodes. You can find all the stuff. It's all MIT licensed. You can do whatever you want with it. Let's see, is the last thing. Let's see if I can just get a nice, good frame here next to this one. I've done the other two. Let's put us back in this kind of mode right here. Yeah, get that for the thumbnail. Perfect. All right, see you guys later.